Hello, hello, hello. Welcome once again to Isaac Anzu in ancient Japan. The power of ancient Japan. Now, if there's one thing that I have to complain about Sekiro already, it's that this game does not have menu music that has a distinct build-up and good entry point for me. I have to figure out the timing of my own entry points. You know what I'm saying? Doesn't work exactly as intended. I do love that they changed the aspect ratio on the loading screens, though. Just makes everything feel cooler, more cinematic. All right. Goal. Practice. We're going to do some warm-up runs on this dude. Is there a guy somewhere over here? Oh well, won't catch me complaining. Gyobu. All right. I've got some spirit emblems. But the goal here is to not use them until the second half of the fight. Already using the big power attack. What a Chad. Oh, missed my window. Oh. Oh, gotta remember to use my strong attack. Oh yeah, Onikage the horse. I love that name for a horse. Demon Shadow. Whoop. Come on. The camera. It's got some problems. Ooh. Warm-up run? Not bad for a warm-up run. I must have already killed that guy. Whoop. And ooh. Get out of here. Oh, wait. Come to me, item. A fistful of ash. But also a spirit emblem. So you can basically get 2 big hits in on him. No matter whether or not you use the firecracker at the beginning. Yikes. All right, let's go. Ikuzo Unikage. No, Onikage. Onikage. Ahoy. Weird. I was on Twitch and it didn't show you were live till just now. Somebody else was complaining about the notifications not working properly. I don't know what's that about. But also, I didn't go live until just 6 minutes ago. Anyway, ahoy. Ahoy. How are you? Ow. Do you watch Marine Senpai at all? I'm not able to watch her streams. Because I don't speak fluent Japanese. Sad. I know. Oh. But her music is insanely good. Oh. Oh, he sure is striking me as many times as it takes. My first order of business is to inform you that My Chemical Romance released a song today. It's not too bad. I was listening to it directly before this. Ooh. Okay, fire causes the burn condition. Did you know? Now I know. Yeah, I was listening to it right before the stream started. And yeah, it's... Oh no. Oh no. Crow mob. I got 2 rod essences, but I also got unseen aid. What a world. Yeah, the song not great, but not terrible. Feels a little like a portent of things to come, which I hope so. I was watching, there's a content creator called Todd in the Shadows. Have you heard of this guy? He does pop music reviews, which is pretty cool. I immediately messaged a few of my friends because I grew up during the MCR era. Well, importantly, you grew up during the MCR era and you were a scene kid, right? Because I remember there were a lot of people in like the goth and emo crowd that weren't into MCR because they weren't, I don't know, hard enough or sad enough. Silly. Silly. But absolutely was a scene kid. See, I just wished I was a scene kid. I got into MCR late. God dang, this guy's hard. More like I was obsessed with J-Rock and Visual K. Visual K. The young weeblet, even back then. Wow. Oh ho. This guy's tough. Yeah, it was kind of like I had a crush on a lot of people who were into emo and scene music, right? In retrospect, that should have been a sign that I should have gotten to MCR much sooner. But, you know, Death. I've been a weeb since childhood. My mother named me Kana and set my destiny. That's right. That's right. You are named Kana and you've been attracted to them ever since. For the non-Japanese speakers in the stream, Kana is what Japanese letters are called. No. This is the opposite direction of the direction that I wanted to go. Oh wow. It was on purpose. The stealth direction, of course. Look, we didn't even have to kill that other guy. Okay. Oni wa gyobu masataka. Let's go. So I find that weeb in general is not really seen as a derogatory term anymore. You know what I mean? Oh. Yikes. I had nerdy parents who had me watching Sailor Moon as a toddler. Sailor Moon. Man, I went back and watched that show recently, and it is still very good. Might as well heal now. God, the camera in this game really has some issues. You call yourself a weeb all the time. Yeah, I mean, I think the part of the original context was that it kind of spoke to this idea of people who are into Japanese culture on a very surface level. Like if someone said they were into American culture, but they were really just a fan of like Family Guy and SpongeBob, right? Or I guess for you it'd be Canadian culture and they were just into what's the Moose and Squirrel cartoon? Dudley Do Right? Camera. The true enemy is camera. Oh, I'm gonna have to wait just a second to die in order to read that one. This guy just takes a lot of damage. Camera. Grapple. Whoa, whoa, boom. Let's go. Finally. I'm using your head as a grappling hook, bro. I'm not worried about taking it. Woohoo! I watched Sailor Moon with my partner for the first time the other day. I always thought that Sailor Mars, since I found Usagi annoying. 5 seconds later, my partner said I was Sailor Moon. You have the hair buns. You have the hair buns. You've got a very Sailor Moon aesthetic. People's first anime is usually one of the big three. Mine was, oh my god. No. Oh, I gotta remember jumping is an option in this game. I love it. That was the point. Yep, you can't deny it. Your sense of style definitely indicates your true nature. I'm glad it looks that way. Oh. 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 One Piece, Naruto, or Bleach. Was my first anime One Piece, Naruto, or Bleach? I think I started a little bit earlier than that, getting into anime. Because almost certainly my first anime was Pokemon. And I know people don't even think of it as anime, which is ridiculous because it came from Japan. But Pokemon, yeah, I wasn't Pokemon. Forgot about Pokemon somehow. I'm telling you, people don't think of it as an anime. To be fair, it felt like a big cultural sensation beyond just, you know, something from Japan. Like, it almost felt like an American thing. Does that make sense? Like, it felt big like an American thing. The Butterfree episode makes me cry every time. A classic. And then there was the famous Porygon episode. Oh god. Died without ever getting to drink from my flask. Also, Jesse and James being bi icons just all the time. Even the hair color is incredibly bisexual. I love it. This camera keeps... It's awful. All right, I just have to let my posture... I can't even punish that stance break because I have to let my posture go down. This guy, he does so big damage. Oh. Big damage. My partner cried in the first episode of Pokemon. They didn't grow up with it. They know they're not ready for the first movie. And that first movie was pretty good. All things considered, it might be the most popular anime movie of all time. Or the best anime movie of all time, maybe. Nope, nope. Can you think of an anime movie that has done better than the first Pokemon movie? Maybe Your Name? Maybe. Akira? Akira. I could see Akira being better than the first Pokemon movie. But the first Pokemon movie was a blockbuster. It was absolutely banging. I just want to get the jump attack on this guy. The only ones that came to mind were Your Name and the Demon Slayer movie. I don't know about that Demon Slayer movie. I need to watch it. I'm sure it's good. I've heard nothing but people saying that they cried during it, so it's got to be good, right? See, he runs past me and the camera detargets. Why? Get out of here. Oh, for popularity? Have you seen the Demon Slayer movie? Is it good? It happens right after season 1, right? I did watch season 1. Up to date on the anime and movies? Nice. So my plan is... my anime watch plan. We're halfway through Bakano, so I have to finish that. But once Bakano's done... Nope. Once Bakano's done, we're going to watch the Demon Slayer movie, followed shortly by the second season of the anime. The second season had me gasping often. Not many shows can do that. That's very cool, though. Oh. No. God dang. Bakano used to be the best anime I've seen, but it changed to odd. Bakano has been buck wild so far. I'm seriously impressed by how deep it goes. We're at the halfway point, so we've discovered about this stuff that happened way in the past, and that just took everything to another level. But now there's so much stuff to wrap up in the future. Remember to watch the OVAs afterwards. They're the last 2 episodes where everything wraps up. Oh, thank you. Absolutely would have missed that. Although the way that the place I'm watching it, it might actually be oh god, greed attack. Man, this game has no tolerance for greed attacks. You are either timing things or you're dying like that. I think the last show I gasped at was Goblin Slayer. Goblin Slayer was a show. Are you watching the dub? Yes. The voices are pretty good. In fact, I heard that it was one of the best dubs just ever. And so wanted to experience that. Good. Pluto. Hey besties, how's it going? It's Pluto. Pluto's in the house. Wait. Pluto, this is just for you. Pluto's in the house. Did it work? Did the auto-tune work? If you'll excuse me, I'm fighting a guy in a horse. My goal is horse. Please stop, it's 12 a.m. I can't be wheezing. Yeah, I'm looking for more vocal effects. Nope. Oh boy. I didn't really have much say in that death, did I? I'm looking for more vocal effects. It would be cool to have like a femme vocal effect or a super deep vocal effect. You know, lore-wise, chimeras have multiple heads. So I could have the different heads singing together, speaking together. It's true. What? Kicked by a horse. In my chimera form, I do have multiple heads. It's the lore. But yes, how are you? How's it been? Me, I'm just dying. I'm dying here. Have you ever considered that the two polar opposite cultures in our world are ancient Japan and modern day Brooklyn? Do you watch YouTube as often as you used to? I noticed today I barely watch it anymore, where a few years ago I only watched YouTube. I think it's a different experience now than it was back then. I think I'm going to go try to do some other stuff. Yeah, people seem to be uploading much longer videos to YouTube. Even like the minimum videos seem to be 10 minutes long, which is why I'm really happy that YouTube is doing shorts. Because it feels better. It feels like old school YouTube. Oh god. This is a stealth game, don't forget that. Yeah, watching YouTube feels like a commitment. Watching YouTube feels like you're trying to, you know, watch a movie or something. Oh god. Sorry, Pluto. It's going good. You're in school right now? Oh my god. I just need to kill this dude and rest again. You blame TikTok? Vine was doing it before TikTok. It's going pretty well. I finally went back to school this week. I'm in Georgia right now, but still, oof. With the stuff that's been happening in the US, I'm sorry to hear that you're in Georgia. Unless you mean Georgia, the country, which I'm being a typical American and assuming that you're talking about the state. Okay, Bestie, I need you to do a thing. You need me to Nya? All right. Time to be an assassin, yeah. Time to murder silently like a cat, yeah. No, you mean the state. Okay, good. Well, not good. And the United States is really going for like, jerk. There's another. I guess I took these guys out a lot more stealthily last time. Oh yeah, there's totally another guy there. I forgot. Eat my sword. What do you mean? I'm blissfully unaware of what's happening in Georgia. I just meant the US in general. Just really struggling, I think. You saw my rap and you thought it was sick? Yeah. Well, thank you. Fair. Yeah. Thank you so much. I am planning on doing more of those raps. because Wikipedia keeps having featured articles. And so I'm going to keep writing raps about the featured article in Wikipedia. And then it's so nice because I can write a rap about the Wikipedia featured article. And I can find an open verse challenge on TikTok, put them together in a video, upload it, and record it. And the whole process takes like an hour. It's pretty awesome. So yeah, I'm planning on doing more of those. All right. Get the one guy's attention and then retreat. At first, I thought you were the first guy. Oh, I'll take that as a compliment because he's got a really good voice. Ugh. Yeah, I probably should keep my avatar on the screen the whole time. The problem being... Oh, yes, draw one of them out. The problem being that I accidentally just said random things before I started singing, so the samurai's one weakness, a shield. Is this a... That works. Got him. Got him. All of a sudden, I have so much money. I love it. Look, if this guy's going to not face me, then we're going to be just fine. Nope. Okay. Right, you can swim. It's good that they let you swim in this game. Yeah, so more raps incoming. Oh, that's the Shinobi Hunter. I forgot that he was a thing over here. Okay. Well, he's got a long pokey stick. Sorry if this is too personal, but do you look at your channel analytics? I've been told not to, but I can't help it. It depends on how you look at them, right? Oh. If you... So there are certain channel analytics that help more than others. And I only really know this for YouTube. All the way back here. Okay, we're gonna be stealthy. I only really know this for YouTube, so take this with a grain of salt. But on YouTube, there are analytics like views, right? Views is a horrible metric to look at because essentially views is a representation of, does the YouTube algorithm understand your video enough to recommend it to the people who will really enjoy it? And the answer to that is not always, right? There are people, no matter how scuffed or shit your video is, there are people in the world who would love watching your video. The problem is that YouTube takes a while to understand how to know your content, right? At first, YouTube will show your video to random people. And, you know, I hate to say it, but there are a lot of people out there. Random people aren't going to be the ones to become subscribers. Random people aren't going to be the ones to watch your video multiple times. I look at mine to see what I missed during a stream usually. That's a good reason. We're going to purchase a crap load of spirit emblems. Yes. And then I think the loaded axe is how you beat shield bros. So we're going to use that. So if you're looking on YouTube, views is a terrible metric because views basically is an indication of, does the algorithm understand you? It's not actually an indication of, is the video performing well, right? And then, even then, views does something different as well, because views also is more of an indication of, does my thumbnail and title make people click on my video? Which, your thumbnail and title is essentially your advertising for your video. So one of the first things that you should be working on is making good thumbnails and titles. Learn what makes a good thumbnail and title. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure that out myself. But the point is, so if I use the shuriken to bring this guy over, the point is that something like views or even subscribers is not a useful metric when you're thinking, is this video doing well? Right? Really, what you want for, is this video doing well, is to look at the idea of repeat viewers. Right? Wow. Okay, that's the way to do it. Get out of here. Awesome. Because if somebody's watching your video and then coming back for round 2, so to speak, then you can be reasonably sure that they are your audience and that you've made something that they enjoy watching. Do we go up? Is that where to go? Sneaky, sneaky. Yeah, if there's something like an analytic or a metric that you missed during the stream. Like, I don't keep my viewer count visible. The first time I find about my viewer count is probably when I try to raid at the end of a stream. That's when I finally see what my current audience is like. All right, buddy. Come on. I have it visible, but I'm usually too busy to notice. Yeah, so the thing that I like about the viewer count metric, as you might imagine, it's not actually the fact that it shows you how many viewers there are. More specifically, it shows you when people come into the stream, which is a much more useful metric. If you could get a lot more consistent viewership by moving your stream forward or backwards an hour, then it might be worthwhile to do so. No noticing. All right. Shinobi Hunter is distracted. And if we can kill this guy, then we can fight the Shinobi Hunter kind of alone, right? This is a stealth game, remember. I'm really bad for stopping in a game to talk. I feel that, but for me, it's a lot more like I just get distracted easily, and then I do worse at the game. Like, I don't know if I could actually be a challenge runner. Backstab? Get out of here. All right, well, now we have to beat him. I did the Makiri counter, though. Are you proud of me? Get him! Get him! Yeah! Oh, that's my fourth prayer bead. Oh, hell yeah. That'll make the fight against the horse guy way easier. Ah, nice. Ah, nice. We're doing it. So, I'm still trying to figure out what the good metrics on Twitch are. And I think one of them that is... Oh, let's switch to lore mode real quick. First prayer necklace. Loosed prayer beads strung together in offering to a sculptor's idol. Increases maximum vitality and posture. A prayer bead necklace befits the strong. The ferocity of Ashina's army is renowned throughout the nation. Its generals are especially talented. Every one of them accomplished in the Ashina sword style. I feel like I'm really humbled about streaming. Since I've streamed to just myself for a while, everyone starts somewhere. It's true. It's true. What's happening? Hi. I was resting, you jerk. Okay, well, enough of that. Wait, there's another guy right there. Why are these guys coming so close? Get out of here. Can I acquire the Shinobi eyes? It requires 3. Oh, it's not even available yet. I should rest. 3 viewers is still exciting. Yeah, man, 3 viewers is super cool. It's a matter of, so viewer count, right? It's very exciting, and in the moment, it's fun to see, like, I have a lot of viewers. But one of the problems, I think, is that on Twitch, you know, I've seen channels with dozens of viewers, but the participation rate matters, right? How often people chat. Having good chatters is often the difference between having a, you know, an exciting, interesting channel and a, I wouldn't want to say boring, but a calm channel, right? Having good chatters makes good streams usually. That's why I appreciate you so much, Kana. You're a good chatter. Okay. Now that I have two. Yes. Now I can get Shinobi eyes. And vault over. Nice. Ah, stop. No, it's true. I wish I could join your streams more, but unfortunately they happen right at midnight for me. And yeah, that's tough. I'm not a night owl. Ooh. Hi, what's this? Ashina sake. A bottle of Ashina sake given by Emma. Sake is a drink meant for sharing. While it does not contain water from the fountainhead, it is made from the purest of waters and is a drink beloved by the people of Ashina. Well, I look forward to your streams. Aww. I'm glad I'm a night person since you stream at 12 a.m. for me. Really? Oh, that's right. Yeah, because you're on the yes. You're on the East Coast. Oh, Dogen is Emma's father and Master Apprentice thing. Okay. We got some more lore. Dogen is Emma's father, and we knew he was the creator of the Shinobi prosthetic, but he also created the arm. We also found out that the sculptor, aka Orangutan, is or was a shinobi. Everybody's a shinobi. In this world, you're either a shinobi or you're dead. Purchase spirit emblems. We've got so many now. Surely I can fight horse now. I can be pretty liberal with my use of the firecracker now too, which is nice. Let's go. So how do you, so the question is, how do you gauge what is a good, so on Twitch you kind of have good viewers and I don't want to say bad viewers, but quiet viewers, right? Lurkers, right? How do you gauge from the Twitch analytics whether someone who's viewing your channel is going to be chatty? Lurker des. What do I say here? Irashaimase. But hi, Kyoko. I know you like to lurk. How do you differentiate in the analytics from normal viewers and lurkers, right? And I think one of the analytics that is underappreciated is the shared channel analytics. Like, my channel has this many percent viewers in common, right, with other channel, because essentially what that does, my PC is never off, I lurk all the time. I'm glad you stop in and chat as well, because those shared channel viewers, I feel like it's a good sign, right? No, it definitely feels like I have more vitality. I don't know about posture versus this guy. Is it possible to ever have enough posture to deal with the chadliest of chads attacks? Which also means I wake up to random people did raids. This is what I'm talking about. This is what I'm talking about. If you have a lot of people in common with a channel, then raiding those channels can help you find channels and find the people in those channels that have similar content to you, right? It's fun to raid based on game or based on people you've never done before, but I think a majority of your raids should be to people who you have a lot of viewers in common with, so you can kind of start to expose your content and your channel to people who have interests similar to the people who already watch your content. And it's the same thing on YouTube, right? I was talking about the idea that at the beginning, YouTube recommends randomly a lot of, come on, we're so close. There we go. I usually try to raid someone I trust. I'm super afraid I might try to raid someone who my fears find offensive. Another reason to look at those percentage of shared viewers analytics, right? It's just a powerful piece of data that I think people may not. Oh God. Dead. I don't know how to dodge that attack yet, but I imagine it's jumping. Yeah. To understand a platform, you have to kind of know how it exposes content to its audience, right? And YouTube exposes its content through the recommended bar, right? If you take views as your holy grail, then really what you're doing is you're just, you know, YouTube's going to be exposing your content to people on a regular basis. Oh God, right into the fire. Until it figures out what kind of content you're making. Before it knows what kind of content you're making, it is essentially random. You are getting exposed to random people, and if your thumbnail and title game is not on point, those people aren't even going to click on your video, right? Sad but true. So on YouTube, the goal, first off, should be to work on your advertising, your title and thumbnail. That's the means you have to advertise to a potential audience. That's step one. Step two shouldn't be views, but should be the click-through rate from the recommended channel. If you're looking at click-through rate from the recommended channel and focusing on making that number go up, that means your thumbnail and title are drawing people in, right? And afterwards, then you can start looking at more traditional metrics, like how long it takes for your viewer to disengage with the video. Would you ever recommend streaming to someone? Yeah, absolutely. I think for people, so I mentioned a little earlier that I wrote this rap based on Wikipedia, and the whole process took me about an hour to make a minute of music. And to me, that feels right. I like when things are immediate. I know, like ADHD forever. No. I like it when things are immediate. I like it when things you know, when the act of creation is close to the creation itself. Depends, but I think it depends on their intentions. If they're going to be into streaming for money and fame, I might not recommend it. Yeah, for sure. If you're going into something for money and fame, then don't try to chase the most like popular thing or easiest thing you can think of, right? What you should actually be going, if you're going for true money and fame, is you should be, you know, trying to capitalize and sell your talents, right? Don't go for the thing that you find the most fun. Go for the thing that you can sell yourself out for as quickly as possible. There's a quote by Tom Waits. He said, people who do music for the money or the fame don't actually like music all that much. And that's true for everything. But I think streaming is good for people who like that, you know, live participation, who like that immediate response feedback for what they do. Like I've tried a lot to get into long form creation, like videos or writing or even long form music. And I always have trouble. Ooh, unseen aid, nice. I always have trouble staying focused on it because I don't get that immediate feedback. The act of creation is too far away from the creation itself. It's kind of why I get a little uncomfortable with anyone going for affiliate. Yeah. Especially when you consider that affiliate is really just Twitch's way of weeding out bots from actually streaming. Affiliate is just you getting a few friends, whether on the platform or off, to watch your streams. When I say on the platform or off, I mean whether you find them on the platform or off the platform. And streaming consistently enough that they feel that they can devote a little bit more of their bandwidth to you. I'm happy I'm affiliate, but literally only for emote purposes. The emotes are a nice perk. Yeah. I mean, I've been streaming on Twitch for a while now, and I don't have any payouts, right? I don't have any like, I haven't hit the subscriber milestone for more emotes or anything like that. Oh god. That was a little close. You go for the donate button since more goes to the streamer. Makes sense. Well, that was a well-timed firecracker. God dang. This guy's tough. Should I do more of the manor? I think maybe I should. The Hirata estate. Yeah, I just recently set up a Ko-fi. I honestly wish I had more money to support the small creators I've met. Everyone deserves so much. I definitely agree that there are a lot of amazing creators who deserve to be supported while they grow. It's hard, you know. Oh, my vitality is now 11. Wow. How do I increase attack power through memories? I don't know. We're gonna go back to the Hirata Matata. What a wonderful phrase. We're going to go back to the Hirata estate and do some grinding and do some advancement. This horse guy, he's too much for me right now. We'll get to him. Okay, let's poke around, see what's going on. Woohoo, okay, there's dudes over there. Yeah. Streaming is tough because you really do have. I need to get that midair deflection thing. You really do have. You really do have to put a lot of time into getting good at streaming. Who noticed me? Get out of here. And I'm sure that there are a lot of people who would be amazing online content creators, but all that time isn't free, you know. It's kind of maybe, you know, overtly libertarian to say so. Oh, can I? Yes. Nice. But you have to eat, right? And every hour that you have the energy to stream literally costs you money because you need to eat the food to have the energy to stream. Who is seeing me? I'm a stealthy ninja. Some dude all the way over there. Get out of here. Sometimes I find someone, I'm like, how are you not more popular? It's a matter of, you know, time, right? It's so hard to actually get the time to stream. No, come this way. I promise. I will kill you. Maybe we try to go for the big guy first. Yeah, come over here, big guy. I do hate these big guys because you basically just have to like chunk down their health. All right. That's something I adore in the VTuber community, though. Most content creators... Oh, no. Oh, okay. My Mix It Up overlay crapped out for a second there. Most of the content creators support other small content creators. Yeah, I think it's good because it's a built-in community, right? How are you supposed to... You literally just have to chunk down his health, huh? Crazy. Get out of here. So I talked a little bit about how the way that Twitch works is important. I'm sure there's something down there, right? I mean, they have the trees so you can get back up. So there's got to be something in the water. Let's explore. Maybe there's a treasure cart. The way that Twitch gives you viewers, or the way that Twitch exposes your channel, is really through raids. Treasure carp. Got it. And if you don't have friends, then raids become really not an option. So by being a VTuber and by supporting other small VTubers, you're really getting people a leg up. You know, people who get into the affiliate thing for, you know, fame and fortune, I understand that, but being hesitant about supporting that kind of mentality. But getting people to affiliate, I'll do it every time, right? Under 50 supporters or under 50 followers, welcome, friend. Loaded axe, please. Easy, easy, breezy, beautiful. Good, good, good. So it kind of becomes a cheat mode, right? Say you're a VTuber, whether they need to lurk, promote, advice, I'm game. Yeah, say you're a VTuber and you get access to the VTuber community, right? And I think that's a big part of why VTubers, small VTubers, are so popular right now, because there's a community around them. Now, I get the feeling that eventually... hello? Father, it's you. It's me. He's afraid that he's made a bit of a blunder. Perhaps the years have finally caught up with him. Oh no. Don't bother tending to my wounds. No point. It's too late. Wolf, you must take this. The hidden temple key. The key to the hidden temple in the Hirata estate, given by the owl. The secret temple is located in the very back of the Hirata estate. 2. The Lord is absolute. Defend him with your life. If he is taken, bring him back at any cost. This is... Oh, I missed that line. Dang it. Okay, we're going to run across the cliffs. You can tell he died because the music swelled. Inspect. Leave it to me, Father. Man, my dad's so beefy. He's a thick boy and I love it. Yeah, I don't think we're getting through the fire. So where to? Oh, wow. Actually made the jump. Oh, crap. Oh, well. We're on the other side of that thing. Oh, nice. Let's see if there's a treasure crab down here. Do you plan your tweets? For the most part, yeah. So what I do is I use the draft feature. Treasure carp. Oh. Uh-oh. What? Other fish that aren't the treasure carp usually just tweet whatever. I see the appeal of tweeting whatever, whenever. Oh, we're all the way back here. Gosh darn it. But for me, I like to maybe not plan the tweets completely. No. I must rest. But it's so again, it's all about knowing the algorithm. Acquire skills. We're saving up for Shinobi Eyes, and then we can apparently get whatever. We can just stealth past most of these guys, huh? Can I get up to that branch? No. Okay. Twitter will promote your tweets, but only so many a day. And it'll promote them to various, accounts, but again, only so many per time period, right? So it's important to kind of understand, and this is not to say that you shouldn't, use Twitter how you want to use Twitter, right? It's a tool, it's a platform, and there are people who tweet constantly and get promoted. Again, the algorithm can learn more about you, right? Into the tall grass. But you just have to accept that if you're a non-traditional user of a social media platform, it's going to take a little while for the algorithm to understand what you're doing and adjust your content to find the people that it wants to see it, right? There we go. Get out of here. So for me, I don't see Twitter as my primary platform. You have a friend who schedules all their tweets. You don't have that many ideas at once. Like, if I could schedule tweets on mobile, I would be doing that. Unfortunately, they don't let you do that. Can I just jump? Sneak? Run past? Yeah, get it. Now, how do I get through there? It's not letting me pass the door anymore. And I don't think it's about having ideas, right? It's kind of about working with the platform, right? So I try to tweet 3 or 4 times a day, but there we go. Okay, I think this is where I was supposed to be the entire time anyway. But on days that I stream, 2 of those tweets are going to be about streaming, right? So I don't necessarily have to have all these ideas. Where is this person who is aware of me? Do not perceive me. I wish to be not perceived. All right. We're going to explore stealthily for a little bit. Your tweets are so clever sometimes. Yeah, it's literally just a hello, what are you? Nice. It's literally just me oh, it's another shinobi hunter? Fascinating. Hi. Oh god, there's 2 of them? Is this the game trying to tell me I shouldn't go this way? I think so. Balls. It's literally just a matter of me, you know, constantly thinking about things I want to tweet about, and then like it's weeding out the good ones, right? I have a lot of ideas, and then occasionally I get good ones, and I try to tweet the good ones. But, you know, even then, a lot of the times I don't. Or I should say, Twitter doesn't expose the tweets to people who would enjoy them, right? Now you might be saying, Isaac, isn't this an abdication of personal responsibility? Aren't you the only one who's responsible for your tweets? No. And it's not an abdication of personal responsibility. You're looking at this the entirely wrong way. Fictional person who I am talking to. The point of a social media platform. Oh God. He noticed me right away. The point of a social media platform is for viewers to generate the content, and then the platform to put that content, quote unquote, in front of the viewer, right? So if I'm generating content, then I'm doing my part. The fact that the algorithm doesn't quite understand yet on how to make that content work just means that I need to train the algorithm more, right? There's still personal responsibility in there. But if a single tweet doesn't do well, it is not because, you know, my tweets aren't good. If my follower count doesn't explode all the time, it's not because I'm not popular, right? The algorithm has a tough time trying to find... Oh, hello. Convenient. The algorithm is trying to find the people who will engage with my tweets. About time. And if the algorithm isn't finding the people who engage with my tweets, doesn't mean the tweets are bad. I mean, they could be bad. But that's the thing. The internet, more than any other medium, has proven that bad content is still content, right? Scuff streams, YouTube poop, you know, fake tweeting, trash tweets, like all this is legitimate content. It is extremely legitimate. Consecutive wall jumps. Oh my gosh. On a wall with footholds, we can jump all the way up. Okay. Okay, here we go. I knew there was... Your high thought tweets seem to be bangers. That's the thing, right? How could you have known what works and what doesn't until you experiment enough with the platform? And now that you have something, you've got, you know, high thoughts, right? Get high, have some thoughts. Maybe maybe save them to your draft folder when instead of sending them. Hey, friend. I'm just going to buy these so that I don't lose all my money. Save them to your draft folder so that you can, you know, put them out less frequently, or just keep doing what you're doing, putting them out in these bursts. And the goal is eventually Twitter will understand that you tweet in bursts. Nice. 2 skill points. We're doing it. And once Twitter understands that you tweet in bursts, then it's going to change how it exposes these tweets to people, right? There are people on my Twitter feed who I'll go a few days without seeing them, and then I see them like five times on the same timeline, right? The algorithm is trying to respond to what you're doing. So if you continuously, consistently do something, then it will start to understand. Okay. There's the well. Well. All right. We've got to be getting close. Oop. Hi. Ooh, what's this? That's a lot of fellows. So 2 torch guys, an axe guy, 2 bow guys. To be honest, I probably want to take the axe guy out first. They are annoying to fight with everyone else. Bow guys aren't bad, easy to kill. And now... Ooh, got a little burned. Okay, is that all that's over here? There's the Sculptor's idol. Oh, we can go inside. Hi. Man, the animations in this game are just so top tier. Dousing powder. I haven't had to use the dousing powder all that much. Let me lock on. Let me lock on. The camera is the true enemy of this game. So actually, you asked earlier if I would recommend streaming to anyone. I absolutely would. I would recommend streaming to people who feel like they can consistently stream. The most important thing for the internet to understand what you're trying to do is consistency, right? If you, I'm actually trying to do this right now. I want to make more of these encyclopedia rap TikToks, right? TikTok is trying to understand what I'm doing. And right now it's probably putting my video on random playlists and seeing who clicks on it. But once I consistently put them out, it'll have more content to randomly show to people. And oh God, there's a guy right there. No yelling. I've seen enough horn dudes in Elden Ring to know that that's not good. That's not a good thing. Oh, another light coin purse. Hell yeah. Okay. Oh, that's a big guy. And he's got 2 shield guys, 2 torch guys, a sword guy, and that kind of looks like a bow guy. I'm starting to get to the feeling that I should be like using the shuriken more often to draw these dudes out. Let's try that. Yeah, come this way. Come up here and die far away from your friends. Nice. If you can't be consistent with something you're doing on social media, then the platform isn't going to work for you. Now, you could say that, you know, there are people who do really well being variety streamers. But if you look closely, there's actually not that much variety in what they do. Right? Got him. These shurikens are actually amazing. It's like the bone darts from Elden Ring, except, yeah. So cool. Oh God, a bow guy. All right. Okay, bow guys have so little health that you can take them out with just the shurikens. That's awesome. I can't really target, but I'm a variety streamer. Yeah, but you have something. You have things that you do consistently. Oh ho ho! What's this? Uh-oh. Juzo the Drunkard. Oh God, he's coming. Like there are aspects of your stream that are more consistent. Can I de-aggro him? Am I able to de-aggro him? I haven't stabbed him yet. Maybe I can de-aggro him. And it's important to focus on those consistent things, right? Wow, he's... Maybe if I stealth? I should stealth. Yes, de-aggro, you fool. So, for example, if you have, you know, I mean, one aspect of your streams is that you like to chat, right? So find other chatty streamers and connect with them. Oh, by the way, everyone loves your song. It's a banger. Thank you so much. Oh, God. Oh, God. I haven't stabbed you yet. Let me run away. I'm glad. I want to do more music like that. But I feel like the transition has to be, I start with the open verse. It's my intro and outro because I love it so much. Aw. That makes me happy. I think that the process has to be step one, we be on TikTok as an open verse challenge Wikipedia rapper, right? Juzo, it's actually Juzo, not Jozu. Juzo the drunkard. He looks very unwell. Okay. New strat. We're not going to try to get up so close. We're going to use this and the shuriken. Yeah, come this way, but don't alert Juzo. Perfect. You did it. Step one, be an open verse challenge Wikipedia rapper. Step two, still be a Wikipedia rapper, but start making some of the backing tracks, right? Step three, occasionally start releasing my own singles and stuff. All right, backstab time. Oh God, what's he? Hi. Oh, hello. Wait, is this guy just helping me? That's amazing. Help me, friend. Shade Lotus. The powerful, the almighty, the Shade. Hello, how are you? Oh, God. Well, I have to say, this guy's doing some serious work on this Jozu's health bar. Yes! Oh, thank you, friend. I have an automatic shout out now. Yes. Welcome. Welcome. Okay, I need to go back and say, welcome, Raiders. Yeah. Sorry, I should have told you that, Isla Rose. I didn't know you were here, though. Welcome, Raiders. I think I just beat Juzo the Drunkard, so clap, clap, huzzah. But let's read this lore. We read lore on this stream. Unrefined sake. A bottle of cloudy, unrefined sake. Sake is a drink meant for sharing. This cloudy sake is one of Ishin Ashina's favorites. It has a rich, full-bodied flavor. On the other hand, it has a reputation for getting one too drunk too quickly. Well, I guess his name is the Drunkard. Oh, and we have enough experience points to get the next level up. Hello. Okay. Just lurking? Aw, thank you. Well, we've been talking about all sorts of stuff in here, so it's a good time to lurk. Ooh, Pixawitz. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the library. It's the library because we're always learning. And libraries are the best place to learn. It's a fine day for learning. Hi. Oh my god, two guys at once? Wow, this game does not let up. A high school friendo. Oh, nice. I really have not kept up with people from high school. It feels so long ago. I attended high school in the... Hello? What? 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 Oh, a new item. Let's read it. Mibu Balloon of Soul. A Mibu balloon filled with fountainhead water, imbued with a blessing for departed souls. If one pops this Sakura pink balloon and prays, those its water splashes upon will acquire more resurrective power for a time. The oldest of the Mibu balloons, Mibu priests are known to pop them as an offering of peace of the departed. Nice. Oh, I went to high school in the mid 2000s. It really does feel like it's been a while. Acquire skills. Shinobi eyes. Does this finally tell me what this is? Shadow Rush. That's so cool. Half tempted to ask you to say nut. Ah. No need. Did it work? No, my thing. Why isn't my thing working? No need. No need, I said. And yet. One moment. Nut. Nice. But that means... Give me a second. Does this not work? Okay. All right. Nut. There we go. Nut. The classic. Okay. So I guess I could just start grinding for all these skills, right? I don't have any of the prosthetic arts skill. I think I need the grappling hook attack to do the horse properly. But we're gonna keep going in the Hirata estate real quick. No. Let me rest. Welcome back. Oh, that door just fell down. This place is falling apart. Hi. Oh. A snap seed. Illusion techniques. I still have the oil on my hotbar. I have 6 snap seeds. What? What? I'm gonna go spend my spirit emerald or my money real quick. Hello. I know what this is. This is a boss for sure. You don't just open up a secret door in the floor and not fight a boss. And yeah, I don't have a whole lot of choice in what I can do with my experience points. Yeah, but hidden temple key used. Yes, welcome Pixwit. It's the child. There were a lot of butterflies around here. Pink butterflies? Lady Butterfly. He sensed the killing intent. Gotta have the samurai sword framing the enemy. Is she supposed to be a shinobi as well? Vitality and posture. Once enemy vitality is low, posture damaging moves become more effective. Oh, she uses like wires to fight. But anyway, we were talking about how she only has one thing. She's got to be tough then. Oh yeah. Very difficult. We were talking about how different social media platforms kind of use... Ooh. Mada mada koi no yo. Still just a puppy. We're talking about how different social media platforms expose their content to their viewers. And why raids are so important on... Raids are so important on Twitch and thus knowing who to raid and finding people who have the similar viewers as you is important. For example, Shade has a lot of viewers in common with me. And so it's a very good thing that we raid each other. Because I'm really happy they added raids. Ooh. God, that attack does a lot of damage. I wish I had someone to fight with me. That last battle against Juzo was way easy. Oof. Yeah, did you hear that YouTube added raids and gifted memberships? God, that attack. Did she just like cut my Achilles tendon or something? Okay, I have a strategy. I think we're going to go back to fighting the horse guy. But first, we need to get one level. So I think... this place is probably the way to go. So now YouTube already has a good system for recommendations. Honestly, YouTube's recommendation system is the main draw because Twitch's recommendation system is pretty weak in comparison. Right. And now we just wait for him to come this way. Remember when Twitch wasn't popular? I was here pre-Ninja. Yeah, I mean... oh, crap. It took a while. But on Twitch you kind of have to be in the raid system, right? Oof. Oh, I could have rolled out of that, couldn't I have? What's your biggest piece of advice for new streamers? I kind of already mentioned it. I think the best piece of advice I can give, I feel like I'm interviewing you. No, it's good. It's good things to talk about. The best piece of advice I can give is pick something and do it consistently. for at least a month, preferably 3 months. Pick something and be very consistent with it. And what that'll do, you should pick something you like to do. But what that'll do is let you find your audience. It'll let you figure out who is watching you, and it'll let the algorithm figure out who should be watching you. All right, we can 1, 2, 3. The archers. Or just 1, 2, I guess. Oh no. Nut. Thank you for the nut. I don't feel like this moment is very nut-worthy, though. Because I'm kind of dying a lot here. Ugh. But the thing is, right, you don't actually have to be good at talking to be a content creator, right? There are people who make a living doing content creation who don't talk as much, right? I think the most important thing is to just consistently know kind of what you want to do and do it over and over until the algorithm understands you. Do I have... Oh, I'm so close. 58 more points to the next... Oh, actually, you know what? We can get 58 points just by going inside the building, right? Sneaky, sneaky. There's so many ways to stream now. It's true. If you don't know what you're going to stream or how you're going to stream, then that is question numero uno. You have to kind of get the technique down. How are you appealing to your audience? Right? Big question. Important question. Oh, crap. And also, how is your... All right, there we go. Got the level. And, you know, if you do something for 3 months and you find you don't really like it, then change, right? But in that 3 months, you can use what you've learned to change intelligently. Let's go grappling hook attack. What's this? The Nightjar Slash. Oh, it's a combat art. Potency. Oh, increases the healing effects of recovery items. So you can increase that. I was wondering. Let's rest. And let's purchase spirit emblems. Beautiful. How many do I have? 189? That's probably enough. All right. Now we go to the gate fortress, and now I have the grapple hook attack, which means I can punish this guy all the time. So let's pause. Change this. The goal to Horseslayer this time. Yeah. I'm stuck talking with video games that my partner gets commentary when I play. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I've noticed that since I've started streaming, it's become a lot easier to watch something and talk at the same time. And that's not always beneficial. Okay, we do want to make sure that we have the Shinobi Firecracker. Okay, let's get our free hits in. I did not get a free hit in because I forgot the controls. That's no good. Good, good. Okay, give me the grappling hook. Let's go. This time for certain. Oh, I have to do it a little closer. I see. I see. I see. Let's go. No damage so far. This is the way. Of course, I jinxed it. Oh my god. Absolutely punished. Okay, the grappling hook attack is what I needed here. Oh, got me with the horse. Gross. All right, let's go. Ikuzo. Ikuzo Onikage. Get wrecked. Oh my god. Okay. So in the second phase, don't go for the big slash. Don't go for the big slash after the grapple hook attack. Oh. Do the thing. Do the thing. Oh my gosh. It feels so right. Getting dangerously close to that fire. Do the thing. Do the thing. Do the thing. Yes. The thing. I swear, if I get this guy the first time after I have the grappling hook attack, then you know. Then you know. So close. Wow. Okay. It's not the first time, but we're close. We're close. We got this. Horse for sure this time. So what I was talking about a little bit earlier is I think that being a variety streamer isn't a bad thing, but it's important to recognize what you're being consistent with, right? Look at Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse is just an amazing streamer, but she does a lot of different things, right? She doesn't just play the same game all the time, but what she does have is consistent energy, right? And kind of a consistent, I don't know, narrative, right? It feels weird calling someone's life a narrative, but it's kind of true, right? She has problems in her life, and streaming helps her overcome those problems. It's a very relatable and heartwarming story. Especially, let's be real, her collabs with Sea-Dog VA are just adorable. So it's not a bad thing to be a variety streamer. You know, yes, it's harder for the algorithm to pick you up, but you will get connected to streamers that have maybe audiences who are looking for similar energy, right? Feel a little bad for people stuck with one game to stream. Yeah, well, and that's the other thing, right? Your consistency can come in the form of only streaming Apex or whatever, right? But it doesn't have to, right? You could only stream dating sims. You could only stream first-person shooters. You could only stream Souls-likes. Cough, 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 cough. Horse that coughs. I totally forgot that I had the firecrackers, and the firecrackers could have totally won me the fight last time. So we're going to use the firecrackers this time. Ooh. Let's go. Nice. Like there's a lot of right. Don't use the big slash after the grapple hook in phase 2. He recovers too quickly. Oh God. I follow someone who streams 12 plus hour days every day, Dead by Daylight, and he hates the game now. Yeah. I mean, that's the other big thing, right? If you're not having fun with your stream, your audience definitely isn't going to be having fun with your stream. Nope. Oh my god. Literally 1 health point remains. Oh my god. Fucking nice. Finish your death blow. Oh my god. Shinobi execution. Holy crap. Look at my flippin' life bar. Oh. What was that? Second time? Second time? For sure this time? I was right. Let's read the lore. Let's read the lore. Memory. Gyobu Oniwa. The battle memory of an extraordinary foe, lingering in the mind of the wolf. Commune with the sculptor's idol and confront memories of battle to permanently increase attack power. Gyobu Masataka Oniwa was the keeper of the Ashina Castle Gates. Chills. Yeah, I think this deserves a... come on. Does it not work unless this is highlighted? Nut. Deserves a nut. Ooh. Mechanical barrel. A mechanical middle barrel that can be given to the sculptor to enable prosthetic tool upgrades. Nice. It appears to have been made to fit perfectly inside the wrist bone of the shinobi prosthetic. A reinforced core is sure to make a shinobi's fangs even sharper. Oh, yeah, upgrades. You have defeated an extraordinary foe who can now be faced once again in memory. Reflections of strength can be accessed via the sculptor's idol. Oh, and 1,000 experience points. Oh, man. Okay. So that is enhancing attack power. Remnant. Oh, nice. Remnant. Gyobu. The battle memory of an extraordinary foe. Although distant, recollection of such a memory provided sustenance for the wolf. Gyobu Oniwa once led a group of infamous bandits, but was defeated by Ishin, who was so captivated by his show of strength that he took him in as an Ashina warrior. Oniwa would later go on to become Genichiro Ashina's most trusted retainer. Attack power has been enhanced. Oh, baby. Fight them once more. During reflection, Wolf's attack power is not tied to strength in real world. Oh, so basically we get to boss rush whenever we want. That's so cool. Acquire skills. I want that midair deflection. But I think first things first. We need to rest. And we need to go to the temple and give the sculptor So I think maybe maybe we do butterfly now. I'm gonna have some upgrades. I should grind up to the next skill point before I fight butterfly though. So maybe the actual goal is explore onward. Yeah. Talking with my Nana the other day about a streamer friend of mine and asked for their name and what they look like. I didn't have the heart to tell them it was a tempura shrimp VTuber. I know the tempura shrimp VTuber. Great content creator. I have gunpowder. Oh shit. This guy's got a grudge against Ishin. Shura's shadow. Okay. So now upgrades. Holy crap. So the spinning shuriken, which unlocks all sorts of things, but it also shows us it shows us how many upgrades the tool that we have has. So right now there are 5 shuriken upgrades, of which we can unlock 1, and we need it looks like 3 scrap iron to do that. And then we have the spring load firecracker, affecting enemies in all directions. Oh, that's cool. Taking a moment to further bend the spring and build rotational energy will cause the blade to rotate after landing, damaging the enemy multiple times on a hit. Nice. Okay, and then we have the spring load axe. Sweeping attacks. Your partner can't walk right now, so it's making life a little difficult. I have a friend who's in a similar situation. They're in a relationship and their partner cannot walk. Oh yeah, I totally forgot I have a gourd seed. Where do I get more dragon tier things? Dragon's blood droplets. Where do I get scrap metal? Is, I guess, the real question now. Okay. But yeah, the physical therapy aspect of a relationship is really rough. It's really difficult. Acquire skills. Chasing slice. I don't know if that's better than midair deflection, and I really want midair deflection. And if I midair combat art would be nice. If I get this, so we can basically unlock all the shinobi arts more or less right away. It's all right though. I like looking after him. That's good. That's good. They usually don't let me. It can be hard to have a disability and be unable to do things because you really want to be able to do things yourself, right? Let's keep the shuriken low today. What is that area? Oh, that's just part of the arena. Okay. All right. All right. Ow. At least these guys go down easy. Like unrefined sake, going down easy. Can I? Yes. What's over here? The secret passageway? I know that feeling all too well, sadly. Have you had a time in your life when you were struggling with injury or disability? It's really tough. Oh, that's not the way to go. I have problems going outside and around people, so I leave a lot of the shopping up to them. Oh, right. That makes sense. Because I remember you have anxiety. That's not what I meant to do. That guy was like, what happened? Yo, oh crap. Don't mind me. I'm just disappearing into the shadows. Oh, they blocked the door. Okay, that's cool. Prepared for assault, were you? And lots of it. What? It seems Ishin's illness is indeed grave. So there's Genichiro and Ishin, huh? What are these little things? Oh, black gunpowder. Hey. No. Crap. He just straight up murdered me. Oh, oh, poison. What are these guys? It's hard to... Oh no. I feel bad for my partner because they usually would spend time with our pupper on walks, but now I do it and Nori basically ignores them all day. Hmm. Yeah, I've noticed that Blue, my cat, since I'm the one doing most of the feeding, there's totally another one. That's how I got poisoned, you jerk. Wait, is this a... They really have so much health. Your cat is such a handsome fellow. Yeah, since my... But... Oh, right. They have shield hats. So we do this. I understand now. Since I'm the one home most of the time, he seems to be coming to me more often for food and everything, really. Oh, scrap iron. This is my first one. Scrap iron. Iron dregs mined in Ashina. Widely used for basic reinforcement, it can serve as a base material for prosthetic tool upgrades. Ashina is burdened with thick snow and infertile land, but the scrap iron dug from her soil is anything but crude. No wonder there's so many dudes with guns around here. All right, so if I go down this way, then I should be able to... And then... Dogs. I also rough play with her and give her treats. Yeah, dogs really like the... Dogs really like the rough play. I think it kind of tells them who's the leader. Because dogs are very hierarchical animals. How often does your cat get treats? We try not to give them too often. Mostly just when oh, hi. Mostly just when we need to give him medicine or something. Try to give Nori something at least once a day. Well, that will definitely... Don't tell me there's two of them. There's two of them. Nice. My pupper knows when I'm mad. She's really in trouble. Okay. Is the firecracker how we do this? No. Oh, it actually pauses the game? No way. Is this a Dark Souls game? Pausing? Oof. I'm gonna just run. Nice. She's been super bad lately, not sure why. Well, I know for Blue, he acts up a lot when he is when there's something wrong. When he feels like he is hurting. Got him. She turns 1 at the end of the month, though. Oh. She might just be in the rebellious phase, actually. To be real. Just testing out what she can and can't do. It's a very common thing among the youth, the very young infants. Because, you know, but if she knows when you're mad, that's a good sign, right? Because it means that she is recognizing your authority. She's just trying to see how far that authority extends. Oh, eavesdrop. They got another monster for me to fight? All right. Let's watch the remnant. Kill. She's getting better at commands, though. Although if she really doesn't want to do something, then there's nothing that will make her do it. She's super stubborn. Yeah, it sounds like she's going through the youthful phase of, oh god. You're telling me that I can counter this attack, huh? I can't counter that attack. Oh, but I can vault off of it. That's cool. I take no damage when I vault. Oh. Not that I know too much about animals. I'm a very new pet owner. Blue is really the only pet that I've truly had as my own pet. My family had dogs growing up. This is your first personal pet as well? Yeah, it can be hard. It can be hard figuring out kind of what they think. But my wife had a lot of cats growing up. Get wrecked. Those guys have 90 experience points? Yo. You've had dogs all your life? Yeah, this is the first cat I've had because my dad was super allergic. The crazy thing is he got allergy shots, right? He should have been okay eventually. Oh, come on. Let me flip and kill these goons. I almost feel like I like cats too, but I've always wanted a dog. Yeah, I mean, growing up, I would have said that I'm a dog person, but yeah, now I have a cat, and they're pretty great. I like them. My goal was to have a small Pomeranian puppy and my own apartment. So far, I've done both. Nice. Apartment's a big one. Having a place to live on your own. I see so many streamers that still live with family. And I mean, we were talking earlier about, you know, when you stream, you are essentially you know, trading money for streaming time, right? Should I do that? Nightjar slash. I think we do this, and I can see what all these are. Oh, this does tell me how many, over on the right side, it does tell me how many levels it takes. Oh, but I can hold more spirit emblems now, which is very good. Recovers vitality upon performing a successful death blow. Yeah, that's pretty good. We can try to save up for that. All these shinobi arts are pretty nice. I have my own room for streaming and content creation. I'm super lucky to have an amazing partner that supports my passions. That is absolutely great. What's this way? One of the things that I want is a soundproofed room. Oh no, what's happening? What's this? What's happening up here? Oh, there's a dude up there. Oh, yo. Oh, the dragon's blood droplets and Litecoin purses and Robert's firecrackers. We already have that one. And a gourd seed. Okay. This is great. I'm glad that I found this. We'll buy one coin purse and let's say 2 antidote powders. Oh, and I can sell items too. How many coin purses do I have? I have 12 and 1, so I technically have 1,700. So I could buy another gourd seed. Yeah, I think that's worth it. The goal for me is to have a house, because in a house I can get a nice big soundproof room. This guy looks like a shinobi. Yeah, I can talk to him. Yeah. Oh, he's got the Tengu. He's got the Tengu mask. This is just like Demon Slayer. I know the new goal is to visit Japan a few times. It's always been something I've wanted to do. Yes. Oh. Rat description. A description of the rats that have snuck into Ashina. Speak to the Tengu again once the rats are dealt with. Assassins from Senpo Temple. Short stature, wearing bamboo hats. A number of rats are looking about. Last seen around Ashina Castle Gate. If not simply for the food, I am super picky with food here, but I tend to like most Japanese cuisine. Ooh. I think I did kill these rats. Woohoo! Ashina Esoteric Text. A compendium of the Ashina sword style. Allows one to learn Ashina style skills. The text reads like a history of Ishin Ashina's battles. When young, Ishin fought desperately time and time again, polishing his technique in the blood of his enemies. He consolidated his learnings under the Ashina style name for the sake of his clan's dominance. Nice. Nice, more skills. I could do all the shinobi skills. But I feel like the Ashina sword style skills might be good too. Nice. Wow, upgrade city around here, I tell you what. So yeah, I recently discovered a Japanese restaurant here in Berlin. And they're like, we import our shit from Japan level Japanese restaurant. It's really, really good. When we went there, I immediately started ordering all of the appetizers because I'd been there before. I was taking my wife for the first time. And she's like, what are you doing? Are we going to eat all these appetizers? I'm like, don't worry. The appetizers are amazing. We will eat all of them. Ah, we made it to the other side. There's the little bonfire. I mean, Sculptor's idol. And down there is where we stabbed a snake in the eye. Amazing. But yeah, the food is just top notch. I had gyudon last time, and oh my god. Just the perfect meat, the perfect onions, the perfect all of it. Ashina sword style. Oh, there's not that many. Ichimonji. It's a combat art. So there's 2 combat arts, a combat art upgrade, and 4 latent skills. This is probably worth upgrading. The latent skills are probably worth more. Worth more, yeah. Oh, the ability to hold more spirit idols. One more spirit. Okay, that, yeah. Hot Canadian take. Maple syrup is mid. No, I actually agree with that. The maple syrup that I loved from my youth was always sugary, and good maple syrup isn't as sugary. Okay. It's too sweet. Yeah, it can be extremely sweet. Upgrades. How much iron? Seriously. How much iron do you get in this game? I need to know. All right. Well, I have about an hour left on stream. But I kind of just want to chill. Right? Why don't we kill some dudes in the estate? They give pretty good experience. Let's do that. And if I can kill them without using spirit emblems, all the better. But what else am I using this money for, eh? Yeah, the good maple syrup is actually mapley. Yeah, these guys are chumps now. Attack power increase indeed. But let's be real. I'm a texture person. I care more about the texture of food than any other aspect of what I'm eating. And you know what you know what's a big part of texture that people don't talk about enough? Temperature. Temperature. Temperature is so important. For me, like, you remember I made that survey sort of thing. One of my hot takes was that steak with ketchup is good, actually. Yeah, you know why? Because steak cools down the ketchup. That's the only reason. Okay, where's this dog? Temperature is so important. I'm okay with, you know, the taste being basic if the food is the right temperature. Dogs are annoying enough that I don't mind using a shuriken on them. You can't stand steak? See, I think the texture of steak is just its selling point, right? Steak is an entire meal made out of the idea that you have to cook it perfectly to texture, right? And so caring about the texture of steak is like the norm. It's one of the reasons I like steak so much, because I finally feel like it's good. It's good to be a texture person. Oh God. What is happening? I tried to go vegan and didn't miss bacon. It was gravy that got you. Yeah. It's hard to fully appreciate just how much stuff requires animal products until you go vegan. Like bacon being a big one, obviously. Sneaky, sneaky. Still eat vegan food. Some of it is better seasoned, honestly. Oh, yeah. There's a Vietnamese vegetarian restaurant near me. It is so good. Like, proper spice. Proper spice. I don't eat vegan food, but expecting it to taste like non-vegan food. I know it's not the same, and it's not trying to be. I feel like maybe these big attacks, dodging them is the right answer. Huh. Huh. Do I have any more scrap iron? Nope. Do these guys even drop scrap iron? Maybe not. Some stuff is trying to be. Vegan cheese is awful. You know? Fair. cheese would probably be the main reason that I would go vegetarian as opposed to vegan. Okay. The goal is to unlock Ichimonji. But I feel like, yeah, let's get the chasing slice. Loaded shuriken and shinobi firecracker. Neat. So now, if you look, the lowest one we have to collect is at least 2. So now we can be justified in waiting for 2 every time. You'd rather eat fish than steak. Well, you said you were a fan of Japanese food, so I believe it. All right, let's try this. Nice. What kind of fish, though? Because I find that there's a lot of types of fish that, I don't know, it almost feels like they go for steak-like qualities, right? Like some of the tuna. Nope. Rainbow trout. Is that good? These guys, it feels just like you gotta kind of chunk them down just like the big guys. Or sneak up on them. All right, sneaking is good. I've heard rainbow trout in terms of catching it is nice. Step 1, kill that guy. Step 2, kill this guy. Was he taking a pee? Are you allowed to do that? Salmon is usually safe too. Do enjoy salmon. Salmon and tuna are usually the go-to Japanese food. Make a lot of Asian food. Yeah. Like, I know it's should be obvious them being an island country, but man, the Japanese do fish. They do it right. Even though we white as fuck. Look. Can you guys, like, not? I swear the camera is the biggest enemy in this game. I think food is one of those things that definitely falls under cultural appreciation and not cultural appropriation. It's food has always been a way for people to connect with each other. right? Food has always been one of those, you know, we're going to meet with other people, and so we want to extend the goodwill, right? Our city is full of Italian restaurants, so I've had my fair share of mom and pop pizza shops. Dude, Berlin is full of Italian restaurants. Whenever people are over, I feed them. I do that too. I didn't even have like a big cooking family, but I still feel compelled to feed people. I feel the need to share the feed. But so I do think, I assume your Italian restaurants are better than ours. Well, you know, we're pretty close to Italy. So, but that said, so here's something that is a big thing in Canada and the US. And I didn't realize how much I would miss it until it was gone. Proper American Chinese restaurants, right? You can say like, it's not real Chinese food, but it's real American Chinese food, right? There's a culture and heritage there that absolutely exists as part of the experience of being a Asian American, a Chinese American, right? The buffets and the wontons and General Tso's chicken. I haven't had General Tso's chicken in 7 months. Can you imagine? Imagine my pain. Sneaky, jump, kill. Sneaky jump kill. Take out Chinese food just hits the spot. Yeah. So there's that Lily Allen song where she talks about ordering Chinese food. And I'm really hoping that means that if we go to the UK, there'll be Chinese takeout. Nice. Got him. Finally. Axe guy. Got him. All right, now do the shinobi thing and kill the bow user first. Incredible. Yeah, it seems like the fastest way to take out these heavy guys is to not bother deflecting their attacks and just dodge them. We have some good Indian food here too. Lots of exchange students. Oh, hey, Kana, can you do me a favor? I'm gonna tell a joke. And then I need you to use the flip command. Because I want to see if the clip command works. Sure thing. Okay. Let me see. What's a good joke? Oh, you know what's actually legitimately a good joke? Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side, right? And people are like, oh, it's just exclamation mark Why did the chicken cross the road? To get to the other side. But it's the other side like death. All this time, the chicken was suicidal. Why is that funny? Double meaning, I guess. Right? You didn't expect it. It's not just to get to the other side of the road, it's to get to the other side of life, of death. We are all just trying to get to the other side. We're all just chickens crossing the road. Okay. I don't know if that worked. Did it work? I'm going to attract the attention of the dog that's over here. Oh, God. Did it work? I don't know. I guess I'll find out after I kill all these guys. You should have redeemed for reading a bad joke. Okay. But counter argument. Is there such thing as a bad joke? Or are there merely jokes that don't work for the audience? Right? 100% yes. I was thinking of making one on my channel for puns and then running a poll whether or not you laugh. That's hilarious. And you can totally set up automatic polls. Oh, that's good. You should do that. What should I set up? I don't know. I don't want to steal your thing. Ooh. Death. Should I set up an automatic poll? What should I set up an automatic poll about? You can take it. It's all good. That's true. Channel point ideas are pretty laissez-faire, aren't they? Got plenty of ideas. Okay. Let's see what this Ichimonji is all about. Descending carp. For a few seconds after deflection, increases damage to enemy posture from all sources. That's so good. Okay. And it's only one? We got to get it immediately. Ascending carp. Increases the damage inflicted to posture upon performing a successful deflection. Okay. These are both amazing. We're getting them both ASAP. I'm basically grinding right now, so I appreciate all the conversation. I'm trying to think of a good joke idea now. An actual good joke idea. I have a joke that I kind of have as the funniest joke that I know. But it is not stream appropriate. It is very not stream appropriate. Nice. Got him. I'm glad the archers are at least easy to take down. All right. Let's jump attack one of the axe guys. Or just, I guess, backstab. Nice. There's another axe guy around here, though. People do be pretty laissez-faire with the command point ideas, though. I'm going to write down the puns. Bad jokes. Bad joke redeem plus poll. That's important. What are some bad jokes, though? There's the other guy. Tell me your bad jokes. What's Sekiro's favorite kind of bread? Samurai. I invented a new word. Plagiarism. That's pretty funny. He's totally peeing. No dicks out in this game. We don't approve. Invented a new word. Plagiarism. That's good. I like that joke. Good on multiple levels. One of the hallmarks of a good joke. All right, can we like not die immediately to getting swarmed this time? I think the answer to that, wait till the music goes away. I am covered in oil. All right. Get the dog while we're over here. So I know that the oil will wear off eventually, but honestly, if it wears off at all, it's pretty unrealistic, right? You get like lantern oil in your clothes, it's never coming out. We're just an oily boy from now until forever. It's like the glitter of the Middle Ages. What am I gonna have to do to get you boys to stop staring at me? They just... So, one of the stereotypes... Oh God. One of the stereotypes that I've heard about German people is that they stare a lot. I haven't actually encountered that all that much. But, you know, it's probably because I've also had several people like come up to me and ask for directions. So I think the reason that I don't get stared at is because people think I'm German. Which, to be fair, I do have some, you know, Chimera family from Poland. So maybe that's not a huge stretch. Descending carp, baby. All right. The double Ichimonji. Flowing water reduces the amount of damage to posture when attacked by an enemy with a sword. Oh, nice, nice. Recovers posture upon executing a successful death blow. That's actually really good. Yeah, I knew getting all these whatchamacallit, latent skills would be awesome. Yeah. So we know that his favorite kind of bread is samurai. But do you know what his favorite kind of sushi is? It's Sekiro. Oh, he got me. This guy's like, what you shooting at? Why did I attach to the wall there? Probably because I hit X near the wall. 622 skill points. Does the amount go up each time? I think it probably does. We should actually go through Ashina. Now, Ichimonji is a combat art, right? Yes. I have this guy in my chat who always tells me when they're leaving to watch. Oh, that's cool. Someone else, I never know how to react. Yeah, I think it's a little awkward, isn't it? But I think probably the best way to approach that would just be to say, you know, they're a friend of my few friends, so it makes getting rid of them more complicated. No, legit. I feel like it's just kind of a thanks for stopping by sort of situation, you know? Hope you enjoy the next stream. Whack! Gotcha! Oh my gosh, wait, I have a lot of money right now. Let's go spend that. Wait a minute. How much is the what about the same person complains about ads? Well, they got to subscribe then. I always find people who complain about things. This is 3,000. Oh, buddy. Never dealt with someone like this. Well, so the basic idea is one of two things. Either, well, okay, let's take the complaining about ads, right? Either they are looking for commiseration or they are looking for you to fix the problem, right? If they're looking for commiseration, it's actually not that bad because, wait a minute. I just remembered something. If they're looking for commiseration, it's actually not all that bad, since, you know, ads do suck, right? This door is locked, but yeah, I'm guessing we can get around it. Well, the boss is dead. What's over there? I want to go up. I'm sorry, the yeah, no is a... Yeah, no, sometimes they beg for subs. I've told them to stop that at least. They beg for subs? Where do I go from here? How do you get over there? How do you get over there? I guess Remnant? The yeah no is a Canadian thing apparently. I've yeah no'd plenty in my time. Oh, there's an item that I missed over here. Neat. Scrap iron. Oh, snap. Do we have enough to upgrade something now? But if they're not looking for commiseration, then really they're looking for attention, right? And I hate to say it, but it's like I don't want them to me, but I also don't want them being a jerk in my chat. Yeah, just you gotta be like the guy from Wakanda, right? We don't do that here. Ooh, the axe is a big posture break. That's good to know. One of the things that I think is just a very true fact of life is you're not going to be the one to change people, right? Growth and maturity requires experiences. And you can provide an experience for a person. Oh, we've been over there, haven't we? You can provide a growth experience for a person, but you can't make them grow, right? There's an important aspect of maturity called the feedback loop. It's not enough to have experiences. You have to learn the lesson of the experience and then apply it to yourself in the future, right? I think it's important for you to have good boundaries and set the expectation that, you know, you don't ask for subs, you don't complain about ads, right? You could say like, you know, those ads are important. And yeah, they really do sound like they're being a jerk, which is, I feel sad about. I'm guessing that item is further up in the castle. We should just go further up in the castle. Did I spend my money? I didn't spend my money. That's what I wanted to do, is sell things. We should just sell things to get the 3,000. We can sell things here, but we can't buy things. What can I sell? I guess I could just sell these. That gets me really close to 3,000. Okay, good deal. Yeah, it's. I think the thing that they need to realize is it's your chat, and that might drive them away. But the thing is, you know, you want your chat to be fun. You want your chat to be a fun place where you have a good time and the people in your chat have a good time. And if someone doesn't gel with that idea, if someone doesn't fit in, then, you know, you can say, you know, if you are looking to complain about ads or, you know, beg for subs, then this isn't the place for you. And sometimes they listen and sometimes you gotta ban them. But one ban is worth it. One ban is worth the difference it makes in your enjoyment of the stream. And you are the streamer. If you're not enjoying the stream, I talked a little bit about the idea that, you know, you have to be consistent in your stream. That means the person who's having the most fun on stream has to be you. One flipping coin away. One flipping coin away from buying the thing. Oh, I can hear him suffering. We don't like that. We don't like to hear our friends suffering. Can you spot me 1 cent? 1 cent. That's all I need. If I thought I could get it from the rooster, I'd be killing that rooster. But no, I doubt it. The one ban is worth it. And honestly, here's another idea that I talked about. Yeah. Be loud and annoying. See if I care. What's over here? An item. A lot of items. Yo. What's all this then? Scrap iron. Yo. Very cool. This game does reward the exploration. I like it. Consistency and fun. If you're not having fun, you won't be consistent. No. How does one... Oh, snap. Wall jumping. And that wall has footholds. Oh, snap. Oh, this is so cool. Yes. Which means you can jump off of it multiple times. Supposedly. I once warned someone not to read something because it was trying to trick them into saying the N-word. The troll messaged me calling me a... Ugh. Yeah, but why would you want... Oh my god, I lost half my money. My hard-earned cashola. Okay. Well, now I have to do this. We're going back to the estate path. We're going back. And we're going to kill everyone. Everyone. We're going to rake in the money. Actually, what I should do is I should go around and kill everyone. And I should wait to do the wow. I feel like a combat demon here. Like I should wait to collect all the money until until the very end, because then I can use the little wealth balloon, right? Yeah, I'd say the LOL emote is definitely the way to respond to people like, oh no, your prank that was actually horrible didn't work out, right? Lamau. Get out of here. And those are the type of people that you just don't want to see in your chat, like ever, right? So if the choice is between ban them or deal with them, just ban them, right? And it can be hard when they're friends of friends, right? Truly. Because nope, don't collect the coins. Because you can have expectations of, you know, friendship. But that's the other thing, right? These people are going for the attention, are going for the desire to be recognized. And a lot of times they've already had an experience where somebody kind of quote unquote friendship rejected them. Because they were being a jerk. And so they use the expectation of friendship in order to make you feel like you have to do something, but you never have to do anything. No, come on. It's funny on my channel, I'm a little more laid back. Besides all that bad stuff. But in my friend's chat that I mod, I pull no punches. No, I think that's good. Right. Every person has a different tolerance for it. You know, maybe part of your charm as a streamer is your ability to just roll with the punches, so to speak, and heckle back, right? It's the classic comedy dynamic of heckler and comedian, right? It can work. It can work. But not for everyone. Like, it's good to be protective of others too. Yeah. Not everybody has the emotional strength, right? It takes work. Oh boy. Just here casually talking about emotional strength while murdering a lot. So I know that using spirit emblems requires Sen. And I know that these shield guys basically require spirit emblems to defeat. But I feel like I have a surplus of spirit emblems right now, so I don't need to worry too much about Nice. You can do the grappling hook attack even when the enemy isn't attached to what you're grappling. Okay. I once made a D's nuts joke, and all of my chat told me to leave. It must have been a good one then. You see, they wouldn't ask you to leave unless they really meant it. They were trying to support you. Okay. We nuts. The timing on the nut and the balloon was pretty good, don't you think? The timing, the nut balloon timing was pretty good. All right. Mad money. We getting mad money. No, I don't want to talk to you. I want to run around and collect money. I have the little golden balloon icon in the corner, which is nice. Balloon nut. You love my laugh? Thank you. It's very powerful. Have I told you the story about I had a complex about my laugh growing up? So when I was growing up, I had a weird laugh. And my mom told me that I had a weird laugh. And she was right. Because I wasn't really thinking about how I was laughing. So I was just kind of chuckling to myself. But me chuckling with the deep little voice that I have sounded like this. Right? Kind of creepy. Kind of creepy. So my mom was right to say so. But for a while I had a complex about how my laugh sounded. because of her comments. The comments of parents are powerful. I got over it eventually, though. And the main reason I got over it is because I learned how to laugh. I don't know, not properly, but more thoughtfully. It's hard to learn how to laugh because in the end it is a kind of a gut reaction. My laugh is weird, but I don't really care. Oop, the money balloon ran out. So that got me like 600 sen. That's pretty good. Pretty good. I think we can just do one more run of just killing them normally without the balloon. And then we should have... I inhale while laughing, so it usually devolves into wheezing breaths. So you're the wheeze meme? I love the wheeze meme. Don't worry, I support you and your wheezing laughter. I wish I wheeze laughed, but really, you know, like I said, it's hard to change how you do like a natural reaction. But you can do it. And once you do, it's really hard to like do anything but that. So now I do big laughs and it's hard for me to not do big laughs. So I don't really do the whole like wheezing laughing thing, but I think it's so funny. I love it's the clip of the guy, the Keck W guy, where he's like, I can't even do it. I can't even do a good wheeze laugh. You know, I probably should learn how to do a good wheeze laugh because, you know, voice actor, maybe. Your laugh does not sound like a ha at all. And that's okay. We stand wheezes here. Get out of here. By the power of Grayskull. Yeah, look. Up to 2,900. I knew that one more run would do it. Let's go. Kill this guy. Make sure I have shurikens active and dog. You've heard all dogs go to heaven? Well, it's a command. Oh, the dog's in the house. I imagine this guy who's trying to take a piss while they're in the middle of a flippin' raid is... I mean, he's got to be like the biggest jerk, right? Gotcha. The Elden Ring dogs would beg to differ. I mean, of all the dogs I've ever faced in any Souls game, the Sekiro dogs are just so easy to deal with compared to all other dogs. FromSoft has a thing about making dogs really difficult, but not these dogs. I don't think I've seen that move before. He did like a two swing. having a laugh on the inhale does make it easier to hold in laughter if you want. Interesting. I was actually thinking about, you know, maybe you can provide some help for me here. I was actually thinking about, because I was watching the new Trash Tastes charity stream thing, and they were doing a You Laugh, You Lose stream. But I was thinking about it. It'd be really hard to do as a VTuber, wouldn't it? You laugh, you lose. Because so much of the fun of the You Laugh, You Lose stream is really in watching people struggle to hold in their laughter, right? You'd have to have, you could do it, but you'd have to have like a really vocal laugh prevention. So bad at those try not to laugh things. I hear you. I'm as Markiplier would say, I am a giggly bitch. It's true. I am also terrible at not laughing when it comes to very, very silly jokes. Although, so watching the Trash Taste You Laugh, You Lose stream was enlightening because Connor has done a lot of You Laugh, You Lose things on his channel. And Phantom Kunai, baby. My humor is broken. It's not broken. It's just twisted. No, but he's done a lot of those You Laugh, You Lose things on his channel. And he had some insight into the process of people submitting clips through, I don't even know what service they use, but it's some service where people had to like pay a certain donation and then they were able to get the clip in there. I think we go for the shuriken because the firecracker one is not as good, and we do have a thing that will eventually upgrade the shuriken. Not enough sen. Oh god, it's 200 sen. Do I really have to go kill like one dude? I do. You love Jimmy Here's You Laugh, You Lose series. Well, before we go and do that, let's acquire some skills. Number of spirit emblems. Suppress sound. That seems good. Vault over. I want to get a 3 one because I have 3. Mid-air prosthetic tools. Or do I just want to get ascending carp? I kind of just want to get ascending carp. So now I do a lot more posture damage when I deflect properly. Oh, right. And I need to, I don't know, travel somewhere where I can get, what is the antique map? Oh, wow. That's cool. That's cool. We'll just go to the Harada estate. On the estate path. No. Save skill points? Robin's Metaverse. Hello, fellow shinobi. Should I be saving skill points? What should I save skill points for? Also, Robin's Metaverse, do you know Steve's dad? Steve's dad also opens with hello fellow blank. So if that's you, then hello. But if that's not you, then you have very similar vocal tendencies to another viewer. All right. Got it. 200 sen, baby. I'm guessing we upgrade right away, though, right? Upgrade everything forever? Save skill points. What do we save skill points for? Oh, my son. It's me, Steve's dad. Oh, nice. Is that a name change? All right. We got the spinning shuriken. Tier 3 information is now unlocked. Oh, longer. And then now this will damage an enemy's vitality and posture even if guarded. The gouging top. Ooh. But in order to get to the gouging top, it looks like we need to unlock another prosthetic tool. Change the name. Have you always been Isaac Anzu, or did you have any other names? Yeah, that's always been my name. I did have some. My son arrived. I'll be back in like 10 minutes. Hey, Robin's Metaverse. Don't even worry about it. I'm probably going to be off stream by then, so I will talk to you next time. But we'll start saving skill points. I have the Ashina arts, so if there's more arts that we can spend skill points on later. My first ever username was Zach Efron 47. I know when you got on the internet. On Twitch, it was Legendary K for a while. Legendary K is pretty good. I like Kana Peachtree, but Legendary K, at least it wasn't Special K. Special K is like a cereal, right? I don't have any gourd seeds. Dewa mata. Okay, so let's go over what I've done today. I've spent all my money. I've spent all my skill points. I've upgraded attack power and vitality. I've gotten a lot of stuff, including an upgraded shuriken. And I've started the Ichimonji. It was because you played League of Legends. Nice, nice. League of Legends, fun. Can we beat Madame Butterfly now? I'll give it one try. One try against the butterfly. Oh, right. I need snap seeds on my bar. What was one of my first usernames? I feel like if I tell you my first usernames, it just means that you'll be able to go back and find me on like Zanga or something. Zanga. Y'all remember Zanga? That attack is so strong. Why does it de-target me? Yeah, her posture recovers so fast. We have to check down her health. There's just no other way to do this. But she's so good at deflecting. Nice. That's good. Still don't know. I was once Nyotaku-chan. Or is that Mew Otaku? Not proud of that one. I understand. When do we deal damage? Is my question. There we go. I basically got to wait for her super long attack chain to finish. Man, this game is really anti-greed. It's like all patience. You get one attack. Woohoo! Mada mada koi no yo. I'm sure I had some cringy usernames at some point. But really, I've mostly forgotten them. Yep. Wait till her chain's done and then strike. Because she has like this deflecting power during her attacks. It's really good. Her posture is going down. And is not recovering as much as let's go. Nope. Oh, crap. Woohoo. Wow, so much damage. Well, I guess that's why it's a dangerous attack. You don't want to get hit by it. Patience, no greed. Ooh, ooh. Pretty happy with your username, finally. Okay, so oh God. Danger attack. All right. So she's got projectiles now as well. Ooh. Oh, God. I'm going to use a pellet here just so I can see more of the... Never mind. Just so I can see more of the battle. Oh, I forgot I haven't even resurrected yet. Nice. Nice. Yo, get wrecked, Lady Butterfly. Oh, oh, snap. The legit death blow. Okay, so she wasn't too bad. Let's go. What a way to end the stream. Nice. Memory, Lady Butterfly. The battle memory of an extraordinary foe, lingering in the mind of the wolf. Commune with the Sculptor's idol and confront memories of battle to permanently increase attack power. The phantom Lady Butterfly was a seasoned practitioner of illusions. And the Sakura Droplet. Sakura Droplet. Pale pink crystal residue known to form when an immortal oath fails to establish. Increases resurrective power, allowing one additional resurrection. To repeat the vows of the undying and be awarded resurrective power once more surely necessitates the aid of the divine child of the dragon's heritage. Nice. So is this everything in the Ashina Temple then? Oh goodness. A statue fell. That's probably not a good sign. If I was a suspicious man, oh yeah, that's not a good sign. What's this? Good thing I just got more resurrective power, but no. No resurrection in cutscenes. Who stabbed me? The mystery continues. It's the kid. Kid, I told you to get out of here. Oh, he's a good kid. Does the kid save my life? Is that what happens? Oh. Right, this is in the past. So this is where he gets the resurrective power. Oh. All right. Let's increase our power. Enhance attack power. Lady Butterfly. The battle memory of an extraordinary foe. Although distant, recollection of such a memory provides sustenance for the wolf. The Phantom Lady Butterfly was appointed by the wolf's foster father as one of his mentors in shinobi techniques. These mentors employed strict methods. The cultivation of shinobi techniques can only be achieved in the midst of battle. Nice. Attack power has been enhanced. Attack power 3. Okay. So how do I use... the Sakura droplet? Maybe I have to ask Emma? No. Maybe I have to ask this guy? Maybe I have to use the sculpture? Or does it just transport me back to the other place? Yep. Okay, I have no idea. Let's get some water. What water there is available. Water time. Acquire skills. Have I not made contact with the kid? If I go back to the audience chamber, can I see the person who stabbed me? Because I was doing pretty well up until the point I got stabbed. Who stabbed me? Oh, but there's a thing in here. Sure. And I'm pretty sure that's everything in the Harada estate. Incredible. So now we have 2 places that we haven't gone to yet. The Headless, which I don't even know how to get down there, and this direction. So we should probably go this direction next. But we'll save that for next time. Thank you for your stream. Have a good rest of the day. You know, I'm going to head out as well. But before I go, I do want to say that next time we will be not playing Sekiro, which means almost certainly I will be out of practice in a week. But next time we will not be playing Sekiro, we will be playing Super Hot. So I've never played that game before, so please stop by and check it out. Until then, let's find someone to raid. And I'm going to take my own advice here, and instead of looking on my raid list, I'm going to go to Creator Dashboard, and it is under Channel Analytics. You can scroll down and see who has similar channels to you. Spiral Cell, Auntie Moel, and Poppy. Which channels have viewers common in mind? So are any of them streaming right now? I know Poppy's probably streaming because he's having a subathon, but it looks like he's asleep right now. So maybe not. Spiral or Monty? No? No? Okay, we're gonna raid Her Majesty the Queen. Because it's been a while. Her Majesty the Queen. and she's playing Chicory, A Colorful Tale. That sounds cute. All right. Anyway, thank you so much for joining. My name is Isaac Anzu, and I had a great time. We killed a lot of bosses. Woohoo! Until next time, I will bid you farewell. Let's go raid Her Majesty the Queen. Bye-bye.